Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the EPF YouTube channel. We're live from Druskininkai, Lithuania for the 2025 European Sub-Junior and Junior Classic Powerlifting Championships. Second flight of the fourth day of the championship. Two groups, both A groups, the 93s and the 105s. And joining me here at the commentary booth, one of the best 76s in the world, Miss Sophia Ellis.
Hello, it's great to be back.
How was it this morning?
Yeah, it was a really good session. We actually saw a couple of people going for potential medals as well from the B group.
Okay, once again, we saw one yesterday with 302.5 in the Deadlift Event of the 83s, which was nice. Hopefully, another one today, but these A group are stacked. We have 9 93s and 14 105s. That's a lot of people to beat.
That is a lot of people.
So we'll be starting off with the squat of the 93s. Openers ranging from 180 to 270. The European Sub-Junior record very much threatened here today. It's quote-unquote only 288, and 3 athletes are opening at 270.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that broken today.
Most likely, and more importantly, teams are looking at team points now. We saw multiple nations collecting world records, world championships, and it's getting more and more important for each country to score as many team points as possible, so the final placings in the class will be extra important. First lifter out, Lucas Win Nielsen from Denmark, opening with 180.
Mark is loaded for Lucas Win Nielsen. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for the first lifter of today's competition.
Starting off squats with a very strong opener there.
Yeah, but a long walkout. He almost pushed the spotter out the platform there. Next out, one of the two British, Jaden Woolgrove, opening with 230 kilos. Weight, not an issue, but a red from the right hand side. It did symbol the line from afar.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay from that right hand side. Looks like it's just about in.
So for those not so familiar with powerlifting, what are we expecting in terms of depth of here?
So we're looking for the crease of the hip to be below the top of the knee joint in terms of depth.
Sometimes that is difficult to judge at live speed.
Yeah, especially with some very fast squatters as well.
And the second 93 from GB, Adam Galt, 242.5. A bit slower than the previous one, but this one is undeniable. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, a little bit harder out the hole there, but still a solid squat.
Do you see anything that's wrong, or can we maybe attribute that to first squat nerves?
Yeah, I'd say so. It's always nerve-wracking coming out for that opening squat. We actually saw quite a few lifters in the previous flight just actually get better with each squat attempt, so.
Now the Romanian Victor Banuta, 245. It's a very pronounced low bar.
Yeah, it was actually rolling down his back before the start command there.
I'm not surprised to see at least a blue, but the surprise is that it comes from the front, not from the sides. How does that look on
Yeah,
the
you
replay?
see it rolling there.
Yeah, jury is overruled. Of course, hips are not extended. He's not standing upright, so no lift. He's yet to be on the board. We saw lifters in the past play with that bar positioning, like I'm thinking about maybe Kyota Ushiyama at Sheffield. So he was rolling the bar down even further back as the lift went on. Could only manage one squat though. José Luis Priego Tristel, España, 247.5. Bit shaky out of the hole.
Yeah, a little bit wobbly as he's coming out there, but and also 3 blues for downward movement of the bar. Unfortunately, they can't contest this as it is 3 reds.
It was shaky, but I don't think the bar ever dipped.
No, it doesn't look like it actually go down.
Maybe from even closer it was clearer to see, but difficult to judge on the replay at least. Now Giulio De Rosa, Italy, 255.
Again, another little bit sticky on the way up, but he does stand it out.
And this one received 3 whites. We've been knowing Italians for opening pretty aggressively in the squad event, but that is unexpected for an opener.
Yeah. Again, could put it down to nerves, maybe cutting, etc., but got the lift.
Would you say a squat in heels is more difficult to balance than a squat in flats?
I think it also depends on the type of hill. Some hills tend to be very narrow as well, and obviously they can shift you forwards, which can catch you off.
Now Ilian Slotnikov, 260. That's a pretty solid opener, 2-1, a good lift for the man that's nominated first, but with only a 2.5 kilo gap to Sander Hegraaf. Those wider stances are difficult to judge from the front. On the replay, it seems pretty convincing.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Now the representative of Poland, Jakub Zielonka, 270 kilos. One of 3 openers at that weight.
Nice, really solid opener there. But 2-1
Yeah,
on
great
depth.
speed, but lack of depth.
Jury don't seem to be
Yeah, the Polish
overruling
coach
it.
is sent away immediately.
Yeah, from that angle it does look a little bit higher.
So what would you do in that case? Because the weight didn't seem to be an issue at all. And he's in the fight for a podium. Would you slightly bump up the attempt? Go for a retake?
It's a bit of a risk, but probably would up it a little bit with how it actually moved. And maybe the extra weight might help with depth, but it can also go the other way.
Double-edged sword right there. They're gonna have to make a choice in a difficult one. In the meantime, we have Robin Kashev, Sweden, 270. Another pretty wide stance, and the belt flicks open on the way up. 3 white lights.
Doesn't seem to affect him though. That can happen sometimes. Sometimes it can get either caught on the thigh and open up, or sometimes it just pops open if you lose a little bit of tension against the belt.
Who needs bracing at 270? What do you mean?
That's a flex in itself.
Now one final opener, 270 again, this time for the Norwegian Sander Hikgraf.
Very speedy first attempt.
That's 3 white lights. I'd say that's even faster than the 2 previous one, and he is on the board, no troubles with that.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what jump they make for their second.
And just with that one, he almost surpassed everyone from the B group. He's in provisional second position in the squad event, but we are missing 3 of our athletes on the board: Sjalonka, Priego Dristel, and Panuta. The second round starts with a huge jump of 40 kilos from 180 to 220. Lucas Swin Nielsen from Denmark.
That is a huge jump.
Yeah, that's one you expect to see maybe in the 120s open, but not in the sub-juniors 93s.
Well, seemed to pay off.
Jury's shaking their head in terms of depth. They don't seem to be satisfied, but it's 3 whites on the platform. They cannot intervene. Yep, 2 jury members seem to be a bit frustrated with that squad. On the replay, it seems on the fence, but it's not egregiously high.
Ultimately, 3 whites.
Nothing they can do. We move on to Jaden Woolgrove. 242.5. More of a reasonable jump, 12.5.
Really solid. 3 white lights, good lift.
Yeah, I think he's due for a personal best today. His PB is 245, that was just under it. I think he's good for at least 250.
Yeah, I'd say so. He's looking very strong today.
Bar is loaded.
I'm very much looking forward to seeing this one. Victor Banuta from Romania retaking 245. Let's pay close attention to that bar positioning.
Yeah, as you said, you don't see it often now, but it has come up in the past, especially at previous European Championships, where lifters have been called for it.
Now the bar is in a reasonable position and it slides down a bit. He receives the squat command.
Very nice depth there.
Can he stand up with it?
Much better position, I'd say. Still center blue, but 2-1.
And the jury says no, overruled immediately. It does look worse from the side though, I must admit.
Yeah, it doesn't look like standing up as upright.
So Jose Luis Priego Tristel, 252.5. He bumped up his attempt by 5. Hopefully no downwards movement this time, but it was not clear to see last time around. Depth, that's for sure. No shakiness and a proper lockout.
Looks a lot more stable. 2-1, center red for depth.
I can't imagine he'll be subject to an overrule with that one.
No, that looks pretty deep from the side.
And contact with the elbows, but no support, so not deserving of a yellow. Now into Adam Gold, Great Britain, 255, a jump of 12 and a half.
Pushes through that one. A little bit sticky as he's coming out of the hole, but 3 white lights, good lift. Probably wouldn't put too much more on top of that, but definitely managed to keep it in his legs as he was coming out of the hole there.
Yeah, the bar rose a bit, he windmills a bit, not the best technique, so maybe he can squeeze in another 5 if he cleans it up.
Yeah, I'd say so.
265 for Julio De Rosa, Italy, a jump of 10. That's 5 above his registered PB, but reasonably, if it's his second, that's something he's done before in training.
Lovely depth there.
Oh yeah.
Stands it up.
He said, if I'm gonna go down, I'm gonna make it count. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, leaves no question on the board there.
Times over the bar, he bends the wrist as he pushes, not to apply too much pressure on the bar, which is a good thing. Now Jakub Zielonka from Poland retaking 270. Coach said, let's be reasonable, we need to be convincing with that depth. I mean, the Polish staff rarely misses the point. They're pretty clean. Coach standing real next to the referee. He wants a good look at that depth.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit deeper than previous. Yeah, 3 white lights, good lift. Nice clean squat there. Gets it in. Probably going to make a little bit more of a jump
Yeah,
to his third.
I even saw members of the media team giving a nod of appreciation for that depth.
It was a nice depth.
Now into Ilian Slotnikov, 275. Bar is loaded, 5 red plates for a new personal best of 5.
Really got the crowd behind him on this one. That was a smooth squat, but 2 to 1. Red lights for depth on the side and the center.
Now tell us what you see on that replay.
It's hard to say, it did look a little bit borderline.
Yeah, borderline's not going to be enough. The coach is sent away. No lift. We move on to Robin Kashev, Sweden. 282.5. Personal best of 12 and a half.
nice and slow, controlled into and out of the hole there, but 2 to 1 again for depth from the side and center.
I mean, it looks just like the previous one, so that's consistent refereeing right there.
Definitely. Yeah, if you have a look at the hip crease, is pretty much in line with the top of the knee joint there.
Final squat of the second round, the Norwegian Sander Hegraf. He's closing on the European sub-junior record of 288.
Three white lights, very nice lift there. I'd definitely say he'd be going for that record.
Yep. Would you go for 288.5 or like 290.5 to add some extra sauce?
Oh, we love the extra sauce.
We do. I'm not sure. I think maybe 288.5. But as it stands,
yeah.
is in gold medal position in the squad event, followed by Dorian Mutak from the B group, 275. And in third, Robin Kache from the A group with 270.
He's actually put in 293.
Wow, what do we know?
We know nothing.
Now Lucas Wind Nielsen from Denmark. He's going back to back with the big jumps. From 180 to 220, now from 220 to 240 kilos.
Yeah, that second attempt did move very well though. Again, could have loaded a little bit more even. 3 white lights, very nice squat there.
And now, as announced by our speaker Anza in the room, Victor Benuta from Romania is on the verge of bombing out. What do you do in that kind of scenario? Do you like keep the bar higher up? Do you manage to get your chest up? I don't know. What can he do differently?
It's so hard to suddenly change up your technique so last minute on a weight like this, but I'd probably try having it a little bit higher on the back just so that it's a bit more stable and you can stay a little bit more upright. Sometimes you've got to make those last minute changes.
Starting position looks okay. Can he stand up with it?
Yeah, that was much better.
I'd say this should pass.
Yeah, 3 white lights, he's on the boards. Unfortunate that he's missed the 2, but he has got that one in.
At least now he's able to try and get a total in the competition. Next out, Jaden Woolgrove, Great Britain, 252.5. That'd be a personal best of 7.5 and 9th position in the squad event of the 93s.
Oh, and he powers through that. Seems to be very happy. 3 white lights, comes away with a nice PB there.
Now José Luis Priego Tristel, España, 262.5, a jump of 10.
Yeah, his second attempt looked a lot better than his first.
he upright enough? Oh, it's depth that's the issue here.
Just looks like he collapses a little bit as he goes into the hole.
And the jury seems to be signaling that for them, it's not depth that's the issue, it's standing upright at the top. So regardless, it'll be 1 for 3 in the squat event. We move straight into Adam Goltz's squat, 262.5. PB attempt of 7.5 of the British.
Oh, and he manages to recover from it, pulling him forwards a little bit there.
Yeah, that's nicely done. Well-deserved personal best. 3 white lights in 6th position in the squat events.
Yeah, you can see it slightly rolls up his back, but he manages to push through it.
Yeah, and that's a difficult thing to recover too.
Really, especially wearing heels as well. Tends to, weight goes into the front of the foot.
Giulio De Rosa, Italy, 270. Five was the biggest jump we were expecting, but that's one that he needs if he wants a squat medal. That's provisional bronze.
And he pushed through it.
Come on!
Oh, so close.
I swear, if the crowd would have started to scream 1 second earlier, he would have gotten it.
Yeah, it's the crowd's fault.
It's the crowd's fault. Wow, that was super close.
Yeah. It's really hard to push through that point, but slightly got it moving for a second there.
Down to Ilian Slotnikov. He's retaking 275. I think he lacked depth last time around. Yeah, 1 red from the front and from the right hand side. Strength is there. He needs to be precise with it for provisional silver.
He's got it. What do the refs say? 2 to 1. Good lift. Centre for depth. But Fury are just taking a look at the replay now. I think that was definitely a little bit deeper than his previous.
Yeah, he made the effort, collected 2 whites, so that's provisional silver. But to try and retake silver, Robin Kashev, Sweden, 282.5. He received the exact same goal as Lotnikov in the second round. 1 red from the front and 1 from the right hand side. Do not live it up to the jury. Convince all 3 refs, Robin. How about the lights for the Swedish? 3 white lights, a good lift. New personal best, a guaranteed podium in the squat event.
Yeah, really nice and controlled there.
But to push him back in bronze medal position, Jakub Sielonka from Poland is going for 285. So do you think that was the planned second?
It looks like it would be. 15 kilo jump.
Yeah, because if that's middle ground, what was his top end then?
Yeah, looking like this is a 2.5 kilo PB as well.
Sink it.
Gets through it. 2-1. Bad lift, unfortunately. 2 reds for depth there.
Yeah, coach turned so quick to the jury. He seems to be surprised. According to him, that was depth. But 2 jury members don't seem to agree with him. So no lift. And now all eyes are turned to the platform for Sander Igraf, the Norwegian, going for a 293. Way more now than the current European record in the squat event. He could have went for 288.5. Doesn't want to hear about that. 293 it is.
Wants to absolutely smoke it.
And look at him, coming out like a madman. The record was established by Jordi van Eijningen in Cluj-Napoca, Romania in 2023.
And he sinks it. Come on, can he push through? Unfortunately not. I feel like had he gone for that chip, he would have got it.
Yeah, even maybe 290.5, but
Yeah, just a
293
little
is
bit
not
too
there.
heavy.
That's one he'll regret for sure, because this was his final squat as a sub-junior.
Oh, that is gutting.
Heartbreaking. So the squat podium for the 93s in bronze medal position, Ilian Slotnikov with 275. With 282.5 is Robin Kasche from Sweden, who walks away with silver. And with gold, but missed out on the record, Sander Higra from Norway. We're gonna be moving straight into the 105. We have 14 of them. It's quite a big flight of the 105s. And a big range of openers from 205 to 285. Starting off with Oriavi from Israel at 205.
Nice and easy opener. 3 white lights.
Now 205 for Guilherme Silva, one of the few Portuguese we have here in this championship. But it's a growing federation over there in Portugal.
It's great to see more countries emerging on the international platform.
Wow, very snappy opener.
Yeah, very speedy. 2-1, good lift.
Hopefully one day we'll see an SBD Portugal singlet. I feel like the design will go crazy.
Oh, I think that would look really cool.
Next out, Lassi Matiniemi from Finland, 232.5. Struggling to believe it, but he's only 17 years old. Only 1 year of competitive experience. His personal best squat is 212.5. So that's already a 20 kilo personal best.
Looks like he might be taking quite a low bar position with
Yeah.
this rack height.
Right, seems kind of low when you look at his stature. It's not that low, to be honest.
No. Nice.
But in terms of squat, that is low.
Yeah, that is low. Nice wide stance there as well. Yeah, I think he was pointing at the rack height as he was coming off there as well. Maybe it was a little bit too low for him.
Yeah, I would bump it up if I were him,
Yeah.
even for safety reasons.
Oh, definitely.
Next out, Jiří Bernáš from Czechia, 235.
Again, another nice deep squat there. Very easy.
Next out, a lifter from Belgium, Gerrit Cohen, 237.5. We saw a surprise podium from Belgium yesterday. Why not him? Might be a big guess. He's forecasted 12th, but who knows?
Yeah, we saw a lot of lifters jumping up huge spaces from
Yeah.
nominations.
The Ukrainian from 11th to 2nd. Belgium from 7th to 3rd. Great stories.
Anything can happen. Wow, that was a nice first attempt.
And bar is loaded for the Estonian Markus Javsu. Javsu is opening above his personal best at 232.5.
Weighed in pretty light as well, 97 kilos.
Yeah, the lightest of the bunch.
Also looks to be the tallest.
The 120 in the making.
Potentially.
That's 3 white lights, already a new personal best. But yeah, last year Japsu was a 93, this year he's a 105.
Slowly growing into the weight class then.
As a sub-junior should, to be honest, and even the juniors should do that.
Yeah, definitely.
Now Maximilian Sadowski, Poland, 245.
Nice comfortable squat there. 3 white lights, good lift.
Pretty singular technique too. Pushes the knees forward and then unlocks his hips. Interesting. Down to Erik Frigbassen, Sweden, also 245.
Especially with those knee sleeves, you can get a little bit more out of the knee extension there.
Deep squat.
Yeah, drops into the hole but stands it up effortlessly.
I think we mentioned that yesterday. It's good to be convincing, but to overdo it and then go higher up makes for a very difficult squat to judge by the referees.
Yeah, it can be for sure. I think sometimes it is good just to sink it on the opener.
For confidence, maybe. I'll say try and be consistent with it.
Yeah, you don't want to go too deep and lose
Just-
positioning as well.
Introduce yourself, say, hey, this is me, this is our squat. All 3 are gonna look like that. Give me some whites. Now Christo Manilari from Great Britain, 250.
Three white lights, nice solid squat first attempt.
Coach is still looking at the replay. I think he saw something that he didn't quite like from his lifter. Now Saxo Liskebe from Denmark, 255. Personal best of 290. I'm expecting this one to fly.
And it did.
Yeah, that's smooth. That's 3 white lights. Maybe they'll do just like their 93. They'll go for some huge jumps.
Yeah, I can see it happening, especially with how these openers are moving. Oh, white lights so far.
The bar is loaded.
Now Dan Clotaire Dedeken from Belgium, 260.
And 3 white lights there.
Yep, not the smoothest opener we've seen so far, but still 3 white lights. He's on the board. Next out for 265, Deniz Isigoran from Turkey. Fully resolved and fully decided to hit PRs today. This is a personal best with that opener.
Oh, just collapses in the hole there. Great save by the spotters.
Please say sorry to the spotters. I mean, thank them that just saved your life. And you have to stay with the bar. It's written in the rulebook.
Yeah, it's so dangerous to let go of the bar like that. Even if it goes over your head, try to stay up with it.
I know that it's difficult to fight your natural instinct, but come on. 2 more openers to go. Next out is Simon Grushka, 270. "17 years old, weighing in at just 100 kilos.
That was a lovely squat.
Wow, he's already looking very strong, and at that age, 1 year of training can make a lot of difference. Next year, he'll be even more of a menace in the squat event with 5 more kilos of muscle in 1 year of training. Wow.
Yeah, that is going to be something to watch.
And one final opener, Denis Rodenko from Ukraine, 285. Nominated 5th, but very much looking at the podium today.
Do you think we'll see that European squat record challenged?
I think this one will give us the answer.
He powers through it.
That's 3 white lights. I don't know if it's good enough to try and chase 312.
It's a big ask. But never say never.
Oh no. But the record belongs to the Spanish Pedro Joel Aragones Guerrero. It was posted last year in Pilsen, Czechia. We move straight into the second round. We're missing guard from Turkey on the board for dropping the bar.
Yeah, hopefully he's okay from that.
And Ori Aviv is now on the platform for 215.
Almost like the bar slipped down a little bit out of the way
Yeah.
top there.
I thought he was gonna drop it.
Managed to stay with it though.
Strong wrist.
And no wrist wraps as well.
Guilherme Silva, Portugal, 220, a jump of 15 for that same amount of a personal best.
Gets it up.
3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, he looked very focused going into that one.
He has another 10 in him.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Now Yuri Bernage from Czechia, 247.5. Jump of 12.5 for a 7.5 kg personal best.
Really nice deep squat again. And 3 white lights, good lift. You can see him making another nice jump there.
And now almost following the same game plan, Lassi Mantiniemi from Finland going from 232.5 to 247.5. Anything he hits from now on is a personal best, regardless of what happens.
And he powers through that. He's really controlled going into the hole.
3 white lights, a good lift, but I'd like to remind you that before this competition, his personal best was 212.5. Now he's hitting 247.5.
That's incredible progress. And to push through a squat like that as well.
Now bar is loaded at 255 for Maximilian Sadowski, Poland.
And 3 white lights, good lift. He seems very happy with that.
I think that was slightly too forward of a center of mass on that squat. Look at him. I don't know how is this one gonna look with more weight on his back, because it's gonna get exponentially hard.
Yeah, I think it depends how much he jumps up with the third attempt.
Now Gerd Konen from Belgium, also 255. Personal best of 7.5 and provisional 6th position.
Really nice squat.
Yeah, very reasonable second indeed. 3 white lights. Now walking up to the platform is Markus Jafsu from Estonia, 257.5.
17.5 kilo PB this will be. And absolutely smokes it.
3 white lights. Do you think he should maintain that same speed on the way down with more weight on the bar?
It's what you're used to, as long as you don't slow it down more.
The thing I don't really like is lifters going quicker with more weight as the weight get heavier.
Oh yeah, it can be easier to lose that brace position.
Now Erik Tryggvason from Sweden, 260 kilos, jump of 15 for a personal best of 5.
Talking about fast squats into the hole.
Right, just down and up, smooth second attempt, 3 white lights. Yeah, that's on trusting your joints and your spine with that kind of squat.
Mine could never.
Christo Manelari, Great Britain, 262.5, jump of 12.5. Looks like every one of them are in personal best territory now.
Yeah, you tend to see this a lot with the sub-junior and junior lifters. Again, very speedy into the hole. Catched him a little bit on the way up, but he's got the strength to power through that.
Next up, from Turkey, Deniz Isikgore, 265 kilos, that he is re-attempting. The bar is
Now an opener to be retaken by Deniz Isikgoran from Turkey. He just dropped it last time around. Was it a strength issue, a technique issue, some nerves? Multiple things could have went wrong.
Yeah, it's really scary when that happens to a lifter. Can really shake you, but if you can come back from it. And he can. It takes a lot mentally to come back from a squat like that.
Yeah,
So
that's much better. A surprising red from the other side, but keep in mind it is possible for a lifter to be a bit asymmetrical at the hips.
yeah, from this angle it looks good, but you don't know how it looks from the other side.
the bar is loaded.
Bars loaded for Dan Clotaire de Decken from Belgium at 275.
Unfortunately not. It's a little bit too heavy there.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, his 260 didn't look that convincing. I'm surprised they loaded 15 more.
Yeah, I am as well. I would have definitely played it a little bit safer for a second attempt.
Yeah, I would have went 7.5, maybe 10.
Especially for a second, it's just building that momentum and getting those kilos onto the total.
Now Saxo Lee Skipper from Denmark, 280.
Beautiful second attempt.
And just like the Danish from the 93s, they do manage big jumps, these boys. From 255 to 280, no problem.
Yeah. Maintains that position really well as he comes out of the hole.
And if he's used to these big jumps, what can he load now? Maybe 15 more? We don't know. We do not know.
Who knows?
Now it's Simon Gruszka, Poland, 285 to go from third to first in the squad event of the 105s.
Oh, he gets through it there. 3 white lights, good lift.
Oh, he hit that really hard at the bottom there.
Yeah. Especially for a wide stance lifter, it can be hard to get out of the hole from that
Yeah.
position.
That adductor stretch at the bottom there.
Oof, oof.
Final squat of the second round for the 105, Denis Rodenko, Ukraine, 300 kilos.
Let's see how this moves.
Is he one jump away for the European sub-junior record?
He's made a jump from first to second to allow him to, depending how this moves. And he gets it. See what the referees say. 3 white lights. Now, would you load it?
I would love to see it, but probably not. What do you think?
I can see them trying to chip it,
I mean,
but
Ukrainian are phenomenal lifters, so maybe he can find another gear and manage that record. Who knows?
depends if he's a grinder with the squat or not.
He looks to be a grinder.
Yeah.
So as it stands, the squad podium, Saxo Lee Skipper from Denmark, 280 in bronze. With 285, it's Gruszka from Poland. And in first, the one you just saw, Rodenko from Ukraine. Already on the platform to start the third round is Zoriavis from Israel at 225. Great catch by the spotters, no lift.
Unfortunately, no lift. Ukrainian has put in a chip on the record there. I called it.
You did. We'll have to wait about 12 minutes to see if you're right or not. In the meantime, we have Guillaume Silva from Portugal attempting 235. That's a personal best of 15.
unfortunately not. Good save from the spotters there.
He started to shake on the way down, which is not usually what he does. Didn't see that in his two first attempts.
Yeah, just a little bit too heavy.
And a little nosebleed to round out this squat. He went to battle, just couldn't manage a third. It happens.
Yeah, a lot of pressure in the head.
Lassi Montiniemi, Finland, 250 kilos. A jump of 2.5 might be just a placeholder to let the minute roll, because his 247.5 was already a personal best of more than 30 kilos, and it was very hard. So it might be a great opportunity for us to thank one of our sponsors, the one you saw on the platform, Maniac Fitness. They provided all of the equipment for this championship: plates, collars, the bar, the rack itself, and a brand new platform with a new carpet that's way more gripping than the previous one, which is a good thing. It's also easier to vacuum. It maintains a higher quality and higher performances all throughout the competitions. So thanks to the sponsor of this championship, Maniac. 55 for Jiri Bednar from Czechia. I'd say that's the jump we expected. 7.5 from his second is to jump to top 10 in the squat event. Being in the top 10 at your first international, that's not bad at all.
Yeah, and hopefully coming away with a nice 7 kilo squat PB as well. Wow, what a squat.
Beautiful third attempt. 3 white lights, new personal best. And that was not RP10 by any means. He's not gassed out.
Oh no, he's definitely got a bit more there.
I mean, sometimes it's the right choice to save some gas for deadlifts. I'd rather lose 5 on my squat but gain 15 in the deadlift.
Oh, for sure.
Maximilian Sadowski, Poland, 265, a jump of 10. Try and go 3 for 3 in the squat.
Really getting riled up for this last squat attempt. Can he
More
push through
control.
it? Oh, unfortunately not.
He had more control over his knees this time, but just not strong enough.
Thought he might have been able to push through that for a second there.
Gerrit Cohen, Belgium, also attempting 265 to go from 11 to 5. One jump and you climb 6th position in the 105. That's a tight class. That was the number.
Yep, spot on there. He's very happy with that. That was a great spot.
The bar is loaded. We have 265 kilos.
Once again, 265, this time for Markus Jarpso, Estonia.
already matched his previous best on his second attempt.
He hit it really hard at the bottom. That was an ATG.
Yeah. When that happens, it can really just catch you. You use that momentum to come out of the hole and then it just catches you there. Slightly twisted as well.
$267.5 for Cristo Maninelli. Not looking at his squat podium, just looking to add 5 to his total.
Unfortunately, not today. Just a little bit too heavy there.
Yeah, his second was already very difficult. Maybe left 2.5 on the platform, not even sure. But still, he's one of those lifters that could cross the 700s today.
The bar is loaded for Erik.
Next out, Erik Tryggvason from Sweden to go from 7th to 4th. His second attempt was as speedy on the way down as on the way up. He looked to have a bit of wiggle room for a third. He chose a 10 kg jump. Is that the right choice?
Maybe just a little bit too much with that 10 kilo jump there. Again, very speedy going into the hole.
Yeah, but this time the bar also rolled a bit forward. Right here.
Yeah, it just goes up onto the traps a little bit. That can really pull you forwards, especially under that kind of load.
Now a retake from the second round for Dan Clotel from Belgium. We mentioned that the jump was quite a surprise for us. Surely training indicated that it was a sensible jump, so maybe he can correct what happened in the second round.
Unfortunately not. That 15 kilos just was a little bit too much. Loses quite a bit there off the total.
He seems a bit disappointed, but 6 more attempts for him to try and build as big of a total as possible. Next out, Dennis Isigoren from Turkey, 277.5. He dropped his first 265, scored it in the second round, and I must admit, it was very easy, very comfortable. So 277.5 seems reasonable.
Oh, moves so well. And coming back from an opener like that as well. Super happy to secure that in.
That was a nice squat, but I hope for his coach he's not going to score too many personal bests.
Yeah, nearly knocked him out there.
Now we enter the battle for medals in the squat event. Simon Gruszka from Poland trying to extend silver medal position with 292.5.
And he gets it. What does the ref say? 3 white lights, good lift. He's already secured a squat medal, but which one will be decided now?
Yeah, he had to work for it, but that's well deserved. New personal best, guaranteed medal.
Feels even better when you've had to work for it like that.
And when you're 17 years old and you know you'll be a sub junior next year.
That is crazy.
2 more squats to go. This next one is for Saxo Liskaber from Denmark. 300 kilos. Who could have guessed that when you open at 255, you get reasonably finished at 300?
Some people are used to these big jumps. Definitely keeps us on our toes.
It's only Danish people on the list and Ashton Rushka and Bob Matthews. That's about it.
Wow, can he push through it? What a squat. 3 white lights, good lift. 300 kilo squat.
The game plan worked out. 3 white lights. Provisional squat goal with that 300 because he's lighter on body weight than Rodenko from Ukraine. But Dennis will have the final say. He's attempting 312.5, the European sub-junior record.
So just swapping over the referees now for a record.
The bar is prepared with 312.5 kilos.
And everything is set. Refs are ready on the platform, and so is the bar.
The bar is loaded.
312.5. A jump of 12 is required to go for that record and the gold medal in the squat event.
Just preparing himself for this big lift now.
And I'm gonna be honest, if he wants to jump on the podium in the long run, he's gonna need this one too.
Yeah, it will definitely give him a boost in the long run as well.
Let's go. Rodenko, Ukraine, to go from second to first. A European sub-junior record of 312.5.
Let's go! And zone up.
You trusted him. He was worthy.
Let's see those lights. 3 white lights, new European sub-junior squat record.
Awesome.
And the gold medal in the squat.
That is awesome.
That is so great to see.
Phenomenal squatters in the 105. In the end, the squat podium in third position from Poland, Simon Gruszka with 292.5. Silver medalist Saxo Liskaber from Denmark, 300 kilos. And with the new European sub-junior record of 312.5, Denis Rodenko takes gold. Sophia will be back in about 9 minutes for bench press.
See you then.
And just like that, the break is over. We are back in action here in Druskininkai, Lithuania for the 2025 European Sub-Junior and Junior Classic Powerlifting Championships. We just saw two amazing group of squatters, the 93s and the 105s, and a new European Sub-Junior record of 3:12.5 in the 105. That was insane. I must admit, I was not that much of a believer, but he convinced me, he proved me wrong, and scored 3:12.5. Now we move straight back in the 93s. Openers ranging from 130 to 180. First one out, Jose Luis Priego Tristel from Spain. Now that's one coach that's going to have a long week, a long championship. So many Spanish lifters, and many of them are competing for podiums, records.
Yeah, it's great to see how many Spanish lifters have made so much progress recently. Wow, that was speedy.
3 white lights, 8 good lifts. And what's your take on the use of a belt on the bench press?
It's personal preference, but I personally think if it restricts that range through your thoracic, then it's probably not that optimal. But some lifters like it as a form as a brace for benching.
Victor Benuta setting up on the bench. He's opening with 135 after a difficult squat event. He's had to retake his opener twice, struggled to lock out, struggled to stand upright, and finally with a difficult 2-1 he was on the board.
Quite a heavy sink there at the chest, but manages to press it out.
And once again, for those not so familiar with powerlifting, what's the difference between a sink and a soft touch, Sophia?
So with the sink, you can see it, the bar actually goes into the chest. It still needs to remain stable at the chest to get given that press command. But the softer touch will touch a little bit more lighter at the chest and allows you to hold and maintain the upper back position.
That was a great explanation. And I mean, enjoy the sink while it's there, because I've heard it might be gone in a few months' time.
Oh, really?
Keep that in mind.
Noted. Not that I sink, but
Jakub Silonka, Poland, 137.5. Super soft touch.
so yeah. So now you've seen the sink and the soft touch bench press. So you can see really holds that upper back position, chest high, nice soft touch at the chest.
But he was not centered at all on the bench. That is interesting.
Yeah, sometimes some lifters end up just, that becomes their norm.
Giulio De Rosa, Italy, 147.5. That's 7.5 above his registered bench PB.
Another lifter opting for the belt on the bench press. You usually see this more so with equipped lifting. Lovely press though. And 3 white lights, good lift.
Bar loaded for Robin Kashev, Sweden, 150. Nice opening of the rib cage. And another lovely soft touch.
Yeah, really maintains that position really well. And the use of that leg drive as well just helps to keep those shoulders in position.
From Norway, bar is loaded.
Bar is already loaded with the same weight for Sander Igra from Norway. He missed out on the European Sub-Junior record. It's established at 288. He went for 293 and slightly missed. But that's a lovely opener. 3 white lights.
57.5. Bar is loaded.
Now we move up to 157.5 for a GB representative, Adam Galt. The youngest on the flight, 16 years old. Were you benching when you were 16, Sophia?
I was not. I didn't even know what a bench press was.
I was horse riding at 15. I was not benching. Great technique.
No, it's a beautiful press.
3 white lights.
He's been competing for 2 years as well, so started when he was, what, 14?
Man, I mean, when you're already that efficient and that young, that's a great sign for the future.
Oh yeah.
Because I'd argue that the bench press might be the most technical lift out of the 3.
Oh yeah, I would say so. The least technically forgiving as well, so it's really important to make sure that you get everything right.
Now Lucas Swin Nielsen from Denmark, 172.5.
Lovely press there. 2 to 1 though, red for elbow depth.
That's the first one of the flight. What are we looking at in terms of elbow depth, Sophia?
So we're looking for the bottom of the joint of the elbow to be in line with the middle of the shoulder.
I think it's the right elbow that might be incriminated here. And yeah, the jury has overruled. No lift.
That's quite surprising actually.
It did seem borderline. I was not convinced it was going to be enough to get overturned, but Nielsen is not on the board anymore. Now 175 for Ilian Slotnikov, Israel.
And 3 white lights, good lift.
Final opener for Jaden Woolgrove, Great Britain, that's 180. I think we can reasonably say that the European Sub-Junior record is a bit too far. It's been established by Malik Bernoussi Triolet in 2022 in Poland, in Skierniewice. Malik that's going to be competing in the juniors later on in the championship.
He's got quite a bulldog grip going on there with the bench press. A
Ooh.
little bit hard off the chest.
And when you have that specific of a setup, jab grip, bulldog grip, maximum width grip,
It requires a lot of external rotation through the shoulders.
and when you switch from one pad to another, from your last warm-up to your top set, it throws you out of position.
Yeah, especially when you're going to such a hard pad like this one.
So all but 2 lifters on the board. We are missing Woolgrove. on what looked like a technical issue or maybe strength, and Nielsen for elbow depth. First one out in the second round is Jose Luis Priego Tristel, 135.
Moved well off the chest there, got a little bit sticky towards the end, almost looked like the bar was rolling in his hands a little bit, but 3 white lights, good lift.
Bar is loaded.
Now jumping 5 is Victor Benuta from Romania from 135 to 140, his personal best.
Yeah, and he powers through that. 3 white lights.
Bar is loaded at 145 for Jakub Zielonka, Poland, a jump of 7.5. Not as soft as his opener.
No, a little bit more harder as he came towards the lockout there, but still a good lift. Probably wouldn't take another 7 on top of that, but
Yeah, I can
secures
only
in that
agree with you.
second.
But I would even maybe set up even further down the bench, not to clip the rack on the way up. Now Robin Gashev, Sweden, 155, a reasonable jump of 5.
Just taking his time, making sure those shoulders are set in position. Missed the start command there.
I think he's starting to cramp up. We saw a lot of that yesterday.
It can be very easy to overarch on the bench press, especially when you're going for heavier attempts. Tend to drive a little bit more of your legs, and that can go into the mid-back. Cramp up the erectors.
Being a bench specialist yourself, you would know.
Oh yeah, it's happened many a time.
155 for Giulio De Rosa, Italy. Jump of 7.5 above his personal best. We're going to unknown territory now. He almost flattened up as he started to press.
Yeah, sometimes when you press out, you can push out the shoulders a little bit more. And then it causes you to collapse a little bit, but nice lift.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see a 2.5. That's probably the maximum. And the jump of 7.5 is popular in that flight.
Yeah, it seems to be quite a common jump.
Yep, we have Sander Igra from Norway going for 157.5.
Lovely lift.
And just like that, that's a match personal best on the platform.
Yeah, he'll be
Quite
on for a
like-
PB today.
Hopefully it doesn't make as big of a jump. Not to go 2 for 3 just like in the squat.
Yeah, we tend to see them take a bigger jump from first to second and slightly smaller from second to third.
Another 7.5 from 157.5 to 165 for Adam Gold, Great Britain.
Nice soft touch there. Lovely press out. Two to one, good lift.
A yellow from the chief ref is usually either the commands or the head lifting off the bench. Did you see any of those?
I didn't see the head move off the bench at all. Jury seems to be happy with it.
Yep. So now Lucas Wind Nielsen retaking 172.5 after being overruled for lack of elbow depth on the right side. It might be one of the toughest things to correct on the day.
Yeah, there's a few options that you can do, but it can severely affect how you press out that bench press. Weight doesn't seem to be an issue at all.
It's a bit segmented on the way up and still one red from the front. We're gonna have to pay close attention to that replay, and so will the jury.
Yeah,
The thing is,
ever so slightly on the right side, but
that right elbow is too tucked in. He's being overruled.
so yeah, there's a few ways you can adjust that, but as I said, it can affect your strength quite a lot.
Now, Ilyan Slotnikov going for a 2.5 kg jump. Is that a surprise to you based on his opener?
Yeah, only 2.5 kilos with this kind of weight is quite surprising.
Yep, maybe he just timed out, but that is surprising because the table is very close to the platform.
Yeah, it looks very comfortable as well. I am surprised by that 2.5, but 2 to 1, good lift.
One yellow from the side. Could that be for the glutes lifting off the bench?
Yeah, I would say so, but let's have a look.
I saw some movement, some
to be
contraction,
subtle.
but I don't think it completely lifted off the bench.
No, there is a light on the other side as well for the refs to see through there.
Now Jaden Woolgrove is back on the platform. He's retaking 180. Had troubles to maintain his setup on the way down. Just couldn't manage the weight.
Yeah, it's very technical bench presser.
I think he collapsed again.
Yeah, but he manages to
Wow.
push through it. Really pleased to see him get that number on the board.
A sigh of relief from Team GB, but some yellows coming from the side. There's light under the arm strings. Oh, I think he contracted slightly too much. I think the glutes left the bench.
See what the jury say.
Oh, I think they didn't see it live. Nope. I think it's gonna slide. It happens. It happens. It
does
benefits
happen.
the lifter, I guess.
We'll take it.
So the standings: third Mutak, second Slotnikov, and first Woolgrove with that attempt we just saw. The third round starts with Jose Luis Priego Tristel, 140.
Oh, can he push through it? Can he push through it? Can he lock it out? And he does. 2 to 1, good lift. Yellow from the center there. But good to see him get 3 bench presses in after his squats.
I don't know what that yellow could be for.
No, it doesn't. Guess we'll never know.
145 for Victor Benuta, the Romanian, going back to back with the 5 kg jumps. But he doesn't seem to be presenting himself. I don't remember his second attempt being specifically hard.
Maybe he was experiencing a little bit of cramping, as we've said before, but sometimes lifters choose to do this just to save their backs for deadlifts, especially as you're going from quite an extended position into then a flexed position for your deadlift.
It looks like we have a battle for a bench medal on our hands. We have 180 for Lucas Wind, 182 for Ilian from Israel, and Jaden, surprisingly, will attempt something more than 180. It was very difficult, but he's going for 182.5.
Which I think is a sensible decision, going off of how the open moved.
As long as he doesn't collapse, he seems to be good for it, but I think, from what I'm seeing on the platform, that he doesn't train on that stiff of a pad.
No, I think it is affecting him quite a lot today.
I mean, it's up to personal preferences. There's no one that's better than the other. It's what you usually train on that you like the most.
Yeah, I know a lot of lifters who actually prefer this harder style pad. Me personally, I prefer the softer pad, like to get my shoulders in there, but...
And now bars loaded at 150 for Jakub Zielonka from Poland, a jump of 5 for that same amount of a personal best.
Just a little bit too heavy, unfortunately, and no lift.
We have 7 more attempts in the third round before we move straight into the 105s. Next lifter out, Robin Kashev, Sweden, retaking 155. Last time he missed the commands and he started to cramp up.
Yeah, getting those commands is quite an easy fix, so let's hope he just waits for that center ref's commands.
He waited for the commands, but he started to slip on the bench while he pressed. I think that tends to happen when you don't fully control the direction of your leg drive.
Yeah, I think that's when he kind of like starts leg driving on the press rather than from the start of the lift.
Giulio De Rosa, Italy, 157.5, a jump of 2.5, above what was already a new personal best. Great control, but just not there on the day in terms of strength. No real regrets. I mean, he only loses out on 2.5.
Yeah, you're not losing out on too much here. If there's one to miss, it'll be the bench press.
And we know statistically that third attempt in the bench press, it goes 50-50.
Yeah.
$162.5 for Sander Hega from Norway. I see some Team Hegaf shirts in the crowd. That must be a great feeling.
And he presses it out.
New personal best of 5, 3 white lights for the Norwegian.
is loaded.
Down to Adam Gold, 170, a jump of 5 for that same amount of APB.
Oh, and he gets it. 2-1 though. Yellows, potentially the glutes coming off of the bench.
Yeah, it's either the heels or the glutes from what we saw.
Now it's time for Lucas with Nielsen. Denmark will increase his
Might be the heels, I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to come off the bench.
Maybe touching the bench, but difficult to gauge from that angle.
I want to ask you.
Jarvis overruled to a good lift. So that was only light below his armstrings, but no lifting.
That's great to see when the jury overrules in the favour of the lifter.
Doesn't usually go that way.
No, it usually doesn't.
Now Lucas Wind Nielsen on the verge of bombing out. He decided to go all out. He had to retake 172.5. Couldn't make it convincing enough in terms of elbow depth. He says, I'm on the verge of bombing out. I'm strong enough. I'm going for 180. It's either it passes or I'm out of the competition, but might as well build the total.
This is a very brave decision.
Maybe a bit more weight helps the elbow to sink a bit more. I don't know. He's struggling to set up. He doesn't even want to
No.
attempt it.
That's a shame.
But he seemed to be looking at his coach like it didn't agree with the call of going up. Of course,
It
this
is
is
a
just
decision.
interpretation. I
Yeah.
have no intake as to what's happening, but I see a disappointed look. Maybe it was just with himself, I don't know, but difficult situation for the Danish. Two more bench presses to go. This one is for provisional bench press gold, 182.5 for Jan Slotnikov. And even guaranteed because he's lighter than Woolgrove. So yeah, guaranteed gold for Ilian. But a jump of 5 is required. Oh, I think he's done it.
Yeah, that looked like a good lift to me. 3 white lights. Smashed it.
So a gold medal in the bench press event for Israel. One final attempt for Jane Woolgrove in the 93s in the bench press event. It's 182.5. Just to try and collect 2.5 more. It's not going to change his position. He's guaranteed in silver.
Yeah, guaranteed silver medal with just your second attempt. Repeating your opener isn't too bad.
I'm pretty sure his training indicated that he was good for way more, but just having struggles to adapt on the day.
Yeah, you can see the shoulders just come out of position as it touches the chest.
Thankfully, he managed to score one.
I mean, he's got a big bench press, so even just that one does still keep his total relatively high.
And that 6th attempt missed, even 7 out of 14 in that third round of bench press. That's quite a lot. Bench press medal, bronze from the B group, the Croatian Dalian Mutak, 177.5. That's pretty nice. Silver medalist Jane Woolgrove from GB with 180, and with a solid 3 for 3 and 182.5, it's Ilian Slotnikov from Israel that gets bench press gold.
We've seen a few lifters collect medals from the B group, which is really good to see.
Now we move into the 105. We still have 14 of them in the fight for the championship. First one out, Gerrit Cohen from Belgium, 132.5. It looks like we have a Belgian bench battle. Both Belgian are opening on 132.5. Friendly fire going down.
Lovely lift there. 2-1, good lift. Yellow potentially for bum lift, but we'll see on the replay.
Might be the heels though.
Oh yeah, you can see the heel is coming off of the floor.
And some light under the entries, but the glutes are staying in contact. Leg is gonna pass, so same weight for Dan Clotel de Decken. Is that a difficult squat event? Opened on 260, was not the fastest, and then went straight to 275, which he missed twice.
Yeah, I was talking to his coach earlier and apparently had a little bit of a tough cut. Barely ate anything yesterday. So that potentially affected his strength.
Yeah, he's 105 on the dot.
Gets in that squat opener though, 2-1.
Looks like they're gonna have to change the bench game plan too.
Yeah, read the elbows there. Jury's taking a look at the replay.
Seems fine, right?
Yeah, looks good to me. I think the jury agree.
But depth is so difficult to judge at full speed. And when you're the chief referee, you're pretty much the only one that can see it clearly. So when in doubt, you should leave it up to the jury.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a subjective one to watch as well.
Maximilian Sadowski from Poland, 135. Two to one, a good lift, one yellow from the chief ref.
Either commands or the head.
I don't see any of it, but I would argue that the elbows were on the softer end
Yeah,
while presenting the
potentially.
bar, but that would have been blue.
And he wouldn't have put his hand down either.
Same way for Guillaume Silva, Portugal.
Nice clean press there.
That's 3 white lights. Hopefully we're going to see 10 more of that in the first round of bench press.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yesterday we debated what would be a good guideline for a bench opener. I have one for you. What do you think of something you can loss and press? Because if the carpet is bad, or if you're struggling with leg drive, that would be a great guideline in my opinion.
Yeah, we have actually started to see a lot more people pushing their Larsen press since the slippery kind of flooring. I mean, if you can Larsen press it, you can definitely press it out on a slippery floor.
And Marcus Jarf opening with 145. Setup seems to be more of an issue than weight. 2 to 1, a good lift.
And quite a few yellows from the center there.
Yeah, I can't seem to figure out why. Jury's overruled it. And I'm gonna be honest on this one, Sophia, I don't have a single clue.
I'm with you there.
I don't see a double dip on the chest. I don't think he skipped the commands, but maybe he was touching the rack with his feet, which doesn't show on the replay. But Chief Referee has a pretty good perspective on that. That's the
Yeah.
only thing I can think of right now.
They're definitely sitting a lot closer than us as well.
147.5 for Oria Israel.
That was really easy.
3 whites, no yellows. But I mean, for the jury to agree with the call, with the previous call, it must have been pretty clear to see from where they are.
Yeah. Yeah, they won't just overrule it for no reason.
No, that doesn't happen. Yuri Bernard, Czechia, 147.5. He has a personal best of 170. Maybe he's at tough prep on bench, just testing out the waters, see how he feels on the day.
Yeah, again with the high arch benches as well, the hard pad can also make a difference. Well,
I think he
what
started
happened
before
there?
the command. That's why he's been asked to replace.
No lift appropriately.
That tends to happen when you are in your head. You're stressed out because there are 3 commands to follow in the bench press. Start, press, and rack. The chief rep really dictates the rhythm of the movement. You don't want to do anything unless the chief rep says so. Now the strong Polish squatter is squatted 292.5 at only 100 kg on the dot. He's opening with 150.
Lovely opening attempt. 3 white lights, good lift.
Struggled a bit with joint stacking at the bottom. His left elbow reopened a bit.
Opening at 150, the bar is loaded.
Same weight, 150 for Lassi Montiniemi, Finland. Personal best, 127.5. What happened in training, Lassi? It's the same as in the squat. He scored plus 30 on his squat. It looks like he's about to do the same in the bench press event.
Lovely press. 2 to 1, good lift. I mean, especially if he's only been lifting for what, a year, those newbie gains can come in handy.
I don't see a red on the replay. And the jury has overruled for lack of depth on this one. It happens, we're not seeing SOI on this one, but they are the most experienced in the room at the jury table. Christo Manellari, Great Britain, 155.
That was a speedy press there. Good lift from the Brit.
Next, Ukraine's Deadlift Event, 157.5 kilos.
4 more openers to go. Next out is Denis Rodenko from Ukraine, 157.5. Of course, we'll remind you that he needs a total for his new record to be registered. So I would advise him to open very conservatively. Please don't lock it out.
He locks it out. Ooh.
Thankfully.
3 white lights, good lift. Sigh of relief there.
Okay, he needs 1 in the deadlift and the record will be safe. That's about it.
165 kilos for his opener.
165 for Denis Goran, the man forecasted in 4th position. His competition was off to a slow start after dropping the bar on his squat opener. Scored it in the second round, then managed to score 277.5, which was extra solid. 165 as an opener. It's a 5 kg personal best. Is it flying too close to the sun, or has he progressed a lot on bench press?
That looks like a solid bench opener to me. 3 white lights, good lift.
Yes, indeed. With a narrow grip too. Not even covering the rings.
Next lifter is Denmark's Saxo Skibi, 167.5. The bar is loaded.
167.5 for Saxoli Skibi from Denmark. Opened on 255 in the squat event. He ended on 300. Plus 45, just like that.
I wonder if he'll do that with his bench press.
Registered PB 182.5. Looks more reasonable, but in terms of percentages, it's different. It's the bench press.
Yeah.
Oh, he's still looking good.
Yeah, that was very smooth.
3 white lights, that's 4 for 4 for him so far.
Having a great day.
One final opener at 175 for Erika Tryggvason from Sweden. And judging by that opener, I don't think the European record of 2:14 is going to be pushed. It's been established in 2022 in Skierniewice, Poland by the Hungarian Susa Oliver. Seems a bit far, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a push.
His
Beautiful
elbows,
press.
they were a bit tucked in. Is he going to receive a red? Yep, I saw that one coming.
He called it.
That's what happens when you tuck in your elbows more on the others. It gives you perspective that the elbows are high. How does it look from that side? Left one's fine to me. That right one
hand.
is
Jury's overruled it as well to a bad lift.
a bad lift too. Oh. So 4 lifters missing on the board. Tryggvason from Sweden, Jarsu from Estonia, Bednar from Czechia, and Martinjemi from Finland.
What is happening in the House of Commons?
Yeah, bit of suspense in that second round. We're starting off with 137.5 for Dan Clotaire de Decken from Belgium. He's safe and on the board. He's jumping 5.
Can he press it? Go on.
Yeah, I think the weight cut is getting the best of him.
Yeah,
to
2
the
to
one.
1. Good lift. Red for elbow depth there, but still gets those 2 white lights. Yeah, doing a gut or water cut can really take it out of you on the day. You've got to make sure that you refuel properly as well.
With 140 kilos for Portugal.
Guilherme Silva from Portugal jumping to 140 kilos. That's a jump of 5 above his personal best.
He locks it out. 3 white lights, good lift. A little bit harder than we'd want for a second attempt, but still manages to lock that number in.
And one thing too, I think he perfectly timed this press, but I think he tried to play the game and met the command of the ref.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
And it's been working for some of the best lifters in the world. I'm thinking about like Agata Shiko, who's tried to do it multiple times. 142.5 for Sadowski from Poland. He opened on this PB of 135. He's jumping 7.5.
Gets it. 2 to 1, good lift. Yellow again from the center.
Why though? Extending the elbows. That's not a very soft touch, but nothing out of the rule book.
Elbows look good on the press. Lockout.
Chief ref seems in disbelief as to the jury not overruling the lift, but Surely he saw something we didn't. Garrett Cohen, Belgium, 142.5, a jump of 10. Maybe more than we had anticipated. But this is only 2.5 above his personal best. Maybe that first one was just to test out the pad on the platform, get a feel for the rhythm of our chief referee.
A little bit sticky, but he presses it out. Well, I think it stopped about 2 or 3 times there.
Yeah, but that's some good refereeing there. No
Yeah.
blues, 3 whites because it's allowed to stop. It needs to be completed in one single upward movement, as the rulebook would say. So it never dipped.
No,
That's
it
up to the
just stopped.
standards.
It didn't go down at all.
Now a retake the opener, 145 for Marcus Javso, Estonia.
And he gets it. Let's see what the referees say. 2 to 1. Good lift and another yellow from the center there.
I'm getting frustrated over here. I'm clueless as to what's happening with those lifts.
I'm so confused.
Why would that yellow be for? No contacts with the rack. No, nothing we can clearly see.
Trying to figure out, but beats me.
No clue. Another retake of the first round. Jiří Bednář from Czechia, 147.5. Clean sink.
Oh,
I think
just
he
misses the rack.
re-racked early.
So yeah, definitely yellow there with the miss of the rack command.
So last time around it started before the command. Now he re-racks before the command. Surely next time he doesn't miss the press. Please.
Let's hope so. But especially when you make the lift, it's like, just hold it, just hold it.
Now Lassi Montiniemi from Finland is going up to 152.5. His previous lift was overruled for lack of elbow depth. It was not far off though, so surely it's possible for him.
Yeah, it was quite close. Makes the lift. See what the refs say. 2 to 1. Another elbow call there.
The thing is, in that case, you cannot be happy yet. You need to let a few seconds roll by, see what the jury does.
Yeah, I feel like you can never fully celebrate with those 2 to 1s.
They're still looking at it, still discussing it. They'll need to be unanimous in the jury if they want to overrule it. But I think this time it will pass. Okay, so one of them is on the board. Still missing 2, missing Tryggvason and Bednář. And now on the platform is Ori Avi from Israel, 155, jump of 7.5.
Wow, what a second attempt. That flew. And 3 white lights. He can celebrate that.
Finally, a smooth second. Quick, everything was right, 3 whites. Love that.
Yeah, that's what we want.
Next out is Simon Gruszka from Poland, 157.5. Another jump of 7.5. This one is to match his personal best.
And he grinds through that. 3 white lights.
It looks just about the same as opener, just slightly slowed down, but still some troubles with joint stacking, especially on the left side.
Really nice high arch though.
62.5.
Adding some more kilos onto that is
The
going to be a
bar
big
is
ask.
loaded.
Denis Rodenko, Ukraine, 162.5, a jump of 5 to score a new personal best and get into provisional bronze. I must say, his opener was somewhat slow.
Yeah, it was a little bit slow for an opener, but sometimes you can make slight adjustments with the bench press.
Difficult transition, but he keeps on pushing. I don't think the bar ever dipped.
No.
Wow.
Three white lights.
He's a grinder.
Yeah, he is. It's hard to do the bench as well, to push through like that, so kudos to him.
So that's the second time he surprises us, and what do we know? He might have 5 now. Already on the platform is Christo Manilari from GB, 162.5. Once again, a jump of 7.5 for that same amount of a personal best attempt.
Really lovely press. Really consistent as well.
3 lifters left in round 2. Dennis is in, Jordan is next. With a 175 kilo.
Yeah, you can see he really reaches the chest as the bar comes down.
Bar is loaded for Turkey.
Now a jump of 10 for the Turkish Denis Isikoran.
One of the bigger jumps we've seen this session.
A nominated bench of 160, that's an improvement of 15.
That's a huge amount to put on a bench press. And it moves.
A reasonable second too. 3 white lights.
That's a good lift. Next, Denmark. 175 on the bar for Skibi. The bar is loaded. Let's go.
Same weight for Saxoliski from Denmark.
So he had a really nice opening attempt. Can imagine this will move pretty similarly. And 3 white lights there.
I think he might have clipped the rack on the left side.
Let's take a look at that replay. There's definitely a little bit more work. Oh yeah, he does.
Yeah, I think there's contact, but the lifter is only to receive a yellow if the contact is deemed helpful, which was not the case.
No, the opposite if anything.
Now after being overruled for depth, Erik Tryggvason is jumping 5, that makes it 180. Provisional bench press gold. See, his elbows are already slightly tucked in. From afar, it doesn't look any different.
No, but from the sides it can already look a bit higher, but 2 to 1, good lift. Centre gives a red for the elbow depth again. But yeah, as you say, the shoulders are very externally rotated, which can then force the elbows to come inwards a little bit more.
Yeah, I think he could pass. Yep, jury's happy with that. Coach is sent away happily. So as it
Got a lift
stands,
in.
the podium, 2 lifters on 175 and 1 lighter than the other. It's Goran in silver, Skib in bronze, and Tryggvason in gold, but subject to change because some other lifters are going for 180, Isik and Saxoli. And already on the bench is Dan Clotaire de Decken from Belgium, 140. expecting a grinder here.
Yep. Oh, unfortunately not today. 2.5 kilos is just a little bit too much for him. But comes away with the 2 benches.
I mean, that's just experience for the future. He's a sub-junior. What does he know about weight management? It's one of his first international. It happens. It's only experience.
Yeah, it's hard at that age to be cutting weight.
And in most cases, we would advise against it too with sub-juniors.
Oh, definitely. It's not something I generally recommend for that age class.
Now Guilherme Silva from Portugal, 142.5.
Wow, what a fight. Really battled with it there and comes away with the 3 white lights. Good lift.
Yeah, another personal best for him.
The bar is loaded.
Now the bar is loaded at 145 for the Polish Maksymilian Sadowski. Looking to add another 205 on his bench.
Oh, just getting stuck just off the chest.
It was a little bit too heavy. Jack Coulter, left joke, is coming up now. 145 for his last match of the day.
Next out is the winner of the Belgian batch battle, Gerd Konen. He's attempting 145.
Again, another 2.5 kilo increase and a 2.5 kilo PB here.
And it's pretty cool to see the other Belgian, the Decan, back in the crowd now to cheer on his fellow Belgian.
Yeah, that's great to see. Just because you're competing against each other doesn't mean you can't support each other.
It does. You have to be mean.
Remind me never to compete against you.
I'll be a 76 one day. Oh, it's a grinder. Difficult transition. Couldn't manage the weight. No lift. Next up is Yuri Bednar. I don't want to say it, but he's on the verge of bombing out. He's retaking 147.5 once again when he's benched 117 in the past.
That is a huge drop off.
The thing is, he only needs to wait. He's strong enough, that is for sure. He needs to wait for all 3 commands. He's missed the start command. He's missed the rack command. Please don't miss the press command now.
Yeah. He's definitely got the strength for it. Hold it. Has he got it? Yes.
Thank you.
He's back on the board. Unfortunate circumstances, but he's got it in, and that's all that matters.
Once again, his lifters are sub-juniors, 18 and under. That's experience.
Yeah, you definitely learn from it. I think once you miss a command, it tends to not happen again.
Marcus Javtu, 150 for the Estonian. He had to retake 145. Are we gonna see a yellow again? I'm paying close attention to that bench. What is going on with him?
Yeah.
No contacts of the feet with the rack. Everything extended. Head is on the bench.
Pressing it out, locks out the elbows. All white lights. Oh, it was a good lift. No yellows there.
The bar is loaded for Finland.
Now we move up to 155 for Lassi Mantiniemi from Finland. got his opener taken away at 150 for elbow depth, scored 152.5. So he's going back to back with the 2.5 for a new personal best. But I'd like to remind you that this is already a 25 kg personal best, so everything good over here.
Oh no, just a bit too heavy.
No lift. Forfeit now.
It just collapses at the bottom.
Next out. The last round of bench press is Israel's
7 more bench presses to go.
unloaded.
Next up, we have 160 open on 147.5. I'd say that's good improvement from his opener.
Yeah, took that jump from first to second, finishing on a 160. Pretty good. Wow, what a nice third attempt.
3 white lights he executed perfectly. That's 3 for 3 in the bench press.
He's happy with that. Yeah, he's executed very well on all 3 attempts.
Same weight, 160 for Simon Gruszka, Poland.
Just a little bit too much there. Unfortunately, a no lift.
Next up, Deadlift Ukraine. Now attempting 165
Comes away with a 157.5 kilo bench press though.
The bar is loaded for Dennis.
165 for Denis Rodenko, Ukraine. He's going for another personal best. Another Dennis grinder, but this time it's not gonna go up. No lift for the Ukrainian.
Still only losing 2.5 kilos there.
Now for a sizable jump of 7.5 from the second to the third, Christo Manilari from GB, 170. That's guaranteed fourth in the bench press event.
Yeah, and 7.5 kilo PB.
Watch out for the heels.
Yeah, you do find some shoes, the heel shows a little bit more. Let's see it. Come on now. Oh,
I
just
saw a dip.
dipping. Yeah.
It was too big of a jump, but it's easy to say in hindsight.
Yeah.
And now we know that the medals won't be coming from the B group. Pretty sad, but we are happy to see the next 3 gentlemen battling it out for gold. Dennis, Isaac, Saxoli, and Eric went from 180 twice, and the last one at 182.5. Everyone shooting for gold.
Andy gets it. See what the refs say. 3 white lights, good lift. And he also has body weight as well.
Yeah, he's created a solid subtotal before deadlifts. He has a strong pull on him too. It's going to be very difficult to catch him. So 180 for Saxoli Skibbe from Denmark. heavier on body weight than the Turkish, so that's provisional, a silver.
Yeah, already guaranteed a medal here. Unfortunately, too heavy.
So no lift, but a bronze medal in the bench press event. Still 300 as a squat and 175 as a bench. That's pretty solid. He's forecasted in fourth, but not very far of that third position. If he has a pull on him, it's going to be an interesting battle.
Yeah, they're all pretty close as well.
Final bench press of the day, Erik Tryggvason from Sweden, 182.5. Missed 175 for depth. Got 180 somehow because it looked just about the same. And 182.5 is his final bench press attempt for gold. It's the tucking that he needs to regulate here at the bottom. Strength is
That
there.
moves well.
We're gonna see a 2-to-1. I can feel it coming.
And it is.
It is now in the hands of the jury to decide if the Swedish walks away with gold. Looks just like the second, right?
Seems like a good lift, and he comes away with the gold medal in the bench press and a 2.5 kilo PB there.
Yup. Do you want to round us up?
So coming in third, we've got.
Saxoli Skibbe from Denmark,
You can pronounce
175.
it better than me. And then Denise with 180 kilos, and Eric from Sweden with 182.5 kilos there.
I think I smell a deadlift battle coming in both weight classes, both for the podium and for individual medals in the movement. We'll be back for that in about 9 minutes. See you then. The break is over, the wait is over. It's time for deadlifts for the 93s and the 105s here in Druskininkai, Lithuania for the 2025 European Sub-Junior and Junior Classic Powerlifting Championships. A quick recap as to what happened before. Subtotals for the 93s. In third position with 432.5, Adam Galt. Second, Sander Higaf. First, Ilyan Slotnikov. But all of that's subject to change with the deadlift openers. They are ranging from 240 kilos to 280. Ilyan Slotnikov looking to enforce dominance, establish his lead with that opener.
And the bar is loaded for Jaden Woodruff.
Bars loaded at 240 kilos, Jan Woolgroff, Great Britain, the first one to open. And unfortunately, Nielsen from Denmark has decided to X out his attempts after bombing out in the bench press.
Really comfy opener there.
3 white lights.
Is coming for 257.5 kilos. This opener. Next out the Rossa. Bar is loaded.
Back-to-back British on the platform. Adam Galt, 257.5. This one should be pretty comfortable. His personal best is 282.5.
And there it is.
3 white lights, but it doesn't seem to be in the best shape of his life. He's not looking too happy walking off the
Yeah,
platform.
he looks a little bit disappointed there. I'm not sure what maybe happened prior to this or during warm-ups.
Bar is loaded.
Giulio De Rosa, Italy, 260. Squatted 265, bench 155. Fantastic opener. 3 white lights.
That was
Good.
really smooth.
Now it's time for Jose Luis Provicel. Spain. He's coming for 265 kilos.
Next up, Jose Luis Periego Tristel, 265.
The bar is loaded.
I've been made aware he has a nickname of El Toro Español, so let's see if he lives up to that.
Okay,
Probably crucified the pronunciation there, but
you did great. What do I know about Spanish? I'm French. I just mimic the accent and it works.
I'll try that.
El Toro y el Peso Muerto, 265.
Beautiful opener.
I feel like Peso Muerto sounds nice for deadlift.
Yeah, I like that.
Next out, Victor Benuta, Romania, 270 kilos. Is that an up and down day? Very difficult squat, still managed to get to 45. He's got 140 in the bench press. That's not that wide of a sumo for a tall guy.
No, it's quite a kind of like a hybrid stance.
Yeah, some say semi-sumo, some say frog stance. But regardless, that's 3 white lights and a good lift.
He's got those long deadlift arms though.
Now we're loading 5 rep plays for Jakub Sielonka. 275, provisional 8th position in the class. The biggest deadlift from the B group is 282.5. Once again, it's Mutak decoration.
Yeah, Yeah, he did have a great day.
Yeah, he hit 735 in total. Might land in the top 8, who knows? "20 seconds to get that bar moving. No commands to start the deadlift, just one to put the bar down."
Really lovely opener there. 3 white lights, good lift.
280 kilos for Robin Kashev.
Bar is loaded.
Is that a great squat? 282.5, but a difficult bench. Seems to be cramping up.
Yeah, let's hope it doesn't affect his deadlift. Quite a wide stance sumo we're seeing here. Just misses the down command, almost like it just like was a bit too quick at the lockout and then just kind of took him forwards.
No, that was indeed very quick.
Which can happen with the sumo, can get a little bit unbalanced at the top of the lift there.
Yeah, I think in that case you have a decision to make. Do you bump up the attempt or do you try and secure this one?
I think from what we've seen so far with the sub-juniors, it's probably better to stick with your opener. I think it probably works better for the more experienced lifters to bump it up.
But the thing is, he's forecasted in 4th. He needs a pull to try and put himself onto the podium.
It's a risk they're probably going to have to take.
Yup. Now on to Sander Hegar from Norway, 280. Solid first attempt.
Yeah, he's happy with that.
Yep, Team Hegraf in the crowd loves that. Wearing the shirt, waving the flags.
We love to see it.
Final opener for the favorite of the day, Ilyan Slotnikov, 280 kilos. Struggled with depth in the squat, still managed 275. A huge bench of 182.5. And he's opening with provisional deadlift bronze. That's solid. Solid he is.
Yeah, he's got more in there for sure. It's gonna get exciting.
A quick look at the standings. It is still Mutak on top from the B group with 282.5 in the deadlift event. And then neck and neck, Higraf and Slotnikov with 280 in the A group. Look at the totals, 727.5 for Igraf, 735 for Mutak, and 737.5 for Slotnikov. I'm telling you, Mutak with 735 is going to stick in the top 8, maybe top 5. Now 255 for Jalen Wulgorf, GB, 15 kilo jump.
Again, very smooth lift from him.
Yeah, personal best of 10, the 3 white lights.
Great Britain stands for 270 kilos. New jump between attempts. Bar is loaded.
Bars loaded for the other representative of GB, Adam Galt, 270 kilos. He didn't look the best as he walked out the platform after 257.5, as he regained a bit for that 270.
Yeah, and he looks it. Yeah, he's looking. Oh. you said he didn't look his best. It almost just looked like that really took it out of him.
Yeah, I think I saw that one coming. I'm gonna check his weight. Did he have to cut or something?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be the case. He's 91.5. Just
Maybe
gassed
just
out at
feeling
the end
a-
of the day, yeah.
feeling a little bit under the weather.
It has to use everything yet with that second attempt. Use the knee cave. Difficult lockout.
Does take a lot out of you. It can be quite a long day as well.
And now
And
he's
even
over
just
the
the prep.
700, 702.5.
Mm.
And in that case, he's a sub-junior. Do you risk a final pull or do you just excel this final attempt?
Yeah, I think it's a conversation the coaches are going to be having with him right now.
Yeah, I think the thing is, it's an international. You don't want to retain him, pull the brakes for him, but I think there's a strong argument to be made there.
Yeah, especially when it comes to the lifter's health.
275 for Giulio Da Rosa, Italy.
Beautiful second attempt.
That was smooth. 3 white lights. Now a retake from the first round. Robin Kasha from Sweden. 280 kilos. He'll need to balance that lockout.
Yeah, I think the sensible decision retaking this. Just get it locked in. See if he can control it a little bit more at that lockout. Much better. Yeah, 3 white lights, good lift, and he's on the board.
Now my question is, does he have 22 and a half more in him? That's what he needs as of right now to surpass Smitak and get onto the podium.
You'd load it, wouldn't you?
I would.
I would, definitely.
Victor Benuta, Romania, 285 at jumper 15 for a 5 kg personal best.
Nice, another nice smooth deadlift.
Took a bit of time for him to gather himself after the pull, but I'd rather see that than someone falling.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a strong second pull. I think he has a bit more in him.
Yeah, I think so too. You can see even where the bar finishes, it's so low down by the knees. Those arms really benefiting him there.
In that case, why don't you even widen the stance?
Yeah.
Utilize
shorter
everything
ROM.
you can. No, but the thing is, you don't just want to put yourself into position, you want to be strong in a position.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, Jose Luis Priego Tristel, 287.5.
And he locks it out.
3 white lights.
Living up to the nickname.
Still unsure as to how much he needs for a deadlift medal, but he might be attempting it. I mean, he's Spanish after all. We saw a bunch of that yesterday. We're going to see some more during this championship. A jump of 20 for Jakub Zielonka from Poland to go from 9th to 1st position in the deadlift event.
Can he lock it out? Get those shoulders back a little bit. Yep, 2-1. Blues from the right, which The bar didn't look to go down at all.
Blues are either for downwards movement or supporting on the thighs. I don't think I see any of those on the replay.
But good lift though.
Now on to Ilian Slotnikov, 295. The crowd is roaring for the favorite of the day to go from 6th to 1st in the deadlift event and to extend first position. Try and put it out of reach for Igor.
That was a clean deadlift.
Yeah, he's looking strong. He's looking really strong, and that next pull is not going to be enough for Egaf to surpass Slotnikov. He'll need all 3 pulls if he wants a shot at the championship. But he's loading 300 to close out the second round. 300, we're talking about sub-juniors 93s.
For a second
round.
attempt. Yeah. He looks locked in as well.
20 kilo jump for the Norwegian.
Another 300 kilo deadlift. Wow.
Plenty more where that came from. 3 white lights, a good lift. I mean, Slotnikov is going to have to be on his A game. He's putting the placeholder at 321. I don't believe that's going to be his final pull, but he's playing the game. It's going to be the Israeli coaching staff and the Norwegian coaching staff going at it to see who pulls after who. Interesting. But as it stands, the deadlift standing third with 295. It's Sielunka. Second, Slotnikov with the same weight but lighter on body weight, and even lighter at 88 with 300 is Sender Igraf in provisional gold. Standings in the class, Mutak holding on to his third position from the B group. In second, Igraf with 747.5, and as it stands first, it's Slotnikov with 752.5. It's time for some third deadlifts. Already on the platform is Jaden Woolgraf from GB 267.5.
And he's knocking it out. What a pull. That was really consistent all the way up. And a backflip as well. What a way to finish the day.
Just backflipping after hitting a personal best of 12.5. That is awesome.
If I could do it, I would.
With or without the belt, because you had to get out of the belt. That's that lowers the scores. That's a 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10.
On to Adam Goltz from GB 275.
The bar is loaded for Adam Gold.
Is he coming out for that? Yes, he is. Oh,
And
okay.
a smile. Let's see it now.
Looking at the crowd, a little smirk, woken up with some confidence.
I love that.
Bit of swagger to him. But if I'm the coach, I'm ready to run to him after the attempt.
Yes, come on. And he's knocking it out. 2-1, good lift. To come back from that second attempt as well. After basically passing out for a second there.
So how does it look from the side? Is he at risk from an overrule for lack of lockout?
Looked pretty good as he settled there.
Yep, he's fine. Drew's
Yeah,
happy with
it's
it.
good. Just going to bring a bit of confidence to the platform.
Giulio De Rosa, Italy, 285, looking for a 5 kg personal best, provisional 5th position in the deadlifts, 7th position in the class. It's also to cross the 700, that would give him 705.
Wow. That moved very well.
Yeah, great Joseph third, 3 white lights, 705 in total. Provisional 7th, forecasted 8th. It's looking like we're going to have a top 9 above 700 in the class. Great performances out of the sub-juniors 93s. And 6 more pulls to go in the 93s. Next one out is Jose Luis Priego Tristel, 297.5 after opening on 265. Told you it was going to pull for a deadlift podium. This is to go from 4th to provisional silver. I know my Spanish deadlifts. Come on.
Yes, let's see it. Come on. Can he lock it?
Wow, he had to work for it, but it seemed clean from afar.
Yeah,
3 white lights.
Coming back from getting only 1 squat and then getting all 3 pulls like that.
Impressive.
Wow, what a grind.
So provisional silver medal in the deadlift event, but 5 more pulls to go. These placings are not decided.
No one's safe.
Next out, Robin Kashev, Sweden, 302.5. He's shooting for gold and a podium in the class. He knows it's going to be a battle above him. If someone misses, the door's open for him to score a podium. But for that, he needs to jump 22.5. We both said that we would be loading it.
Oh yeah.
He's on our side, I guess. And we are on his now. We want to see him succeed. 302.5, provisional gold in deadlift, provisional bronze in total. Proper lockout,
Yes, and
please.
it's moving. Can he lock it out?
No.
Just slipping on that right side, just near the lockout.
That was so close. His shoulder got pulled out of position and the grip started to give up on the bar. No lift. But that was reasonably
So
close to be attempted.
Yeah. Just the knees locked out a little bit prematurely as well, but yeah, as soon as it starts slipping, it's very hard to get it back.
But he played for position. He played to win, and that's what we like to see.
Yeah, you've got to go for it.
Next out, Jakub Sielonka from Poland, attempting 3:05 to go from 4th to 1st in the deadlift event, just shy of the podium in 4th position.
Just can't break it from the floor there. Just a little bit too heavy, unfortunately.
Was to be attempted to try and pull for a medal.
Yeah. Finishes on 295 kilos though.
Now a sizable jump, one I must admit I didn't see coming. Victor Benuta going for 3:05. Just to go from 6th to 1st in the deadlift event.
It was quite a jump.
Yeah, now it's time to put those deadlift arms to good use.
Yes. And he's moving it. Wow, the speed on that off the floor.
What?
He gets it. 3 white lights. 305 kilos.
Sensational.
That was incredible.
Provisional gold in the deadlift event for him. And now, just saw multiple attempt changes. Both coaching staff have changed their attempt to 3:10. Bar is loaded. In terms of lot numbers, Sander Higraf has to go first.
He does have body weight, but let's see how this moves.
Interesting too, because pulling 310 prevents Zlotnikov from lowering his attempt. This surpasses Zlotnikov by 5 kgs. Great strategical play by Team Norway right here.
Yeah, that was a great number to put in.
But first he needs to manage the attempt to go from 2nd to 1st in both deadlifts in the class. Mr. Sander Higraf.
Let's see it. And it's moving, he's knocked it out.
Wow. It's going to come down to the final pull. 3 white lights, provisional first in deadlift and in total for the Norwegian.
Oh, he's so happy. The
Now-
amount of emotion that goes into these lifts as well.
Oh yeah, but now
So
the
much
Israeli
work.
has tough task on his hands. He needs to jump 15. He can't just surpass and match the 757.5 or go for 760. He needs 767 to be the champion. Wow. Wow. It's a tough ask to go from 4th to 2nd in the deadlift event because he's heavier on body weight than Riga, but more importantly from 2nd to 1st in the class, it is 310 from Mr. Slotnikov.
It's all down to this final lift. The
We
crowd
love
are going
when the
wild
title
for
comes
him.
down to the final pool.
Let's see it now.
For the win, Ilyin Slotnikov.
He's making it move. Oh,
And it's the Norwegian that comes out on top. Higraf is the 93 sub-junior European champion.
what a battle.
And you know what? That was great coaching. And when it comes down to that, it is insane. It came down to the final pull. It came down to attempt change. It came down to lot number. But would you look at that? Deadlift podium, Priego Tristel from Spain, 297.5 bronze medalist. With 305 silver medalist is Victor Benuta from Romania with one insane final pull. Gold medalist with 310 is Sander Igra from Norway. Final placings with 735, holding on from the B group, the Croatian Dojan Mutak. That is insane.
That is insane. That is great to
Second
see.
position, vice champion Hillian Slotnikov with 752.5. Played the coaching game and lost to Sander Hegra from Norway, 757. He is your European champion.
What a session.
First lifter out.
Wow.
is Maximilian
I'm speechless. My heart is beating, and we have another whole deadlift session to go with 14.105. Openers ranging from 230 to 305.
Got to go through it all over again.
Wow. Let's calm down for a second. Breathe in, breathe out. First one out is Maximilian Sadowski.
A little bit tougher for an opener, but gets 3 white lights and good lift. Is holding on to his glute there, potentially a little bit of cramping.
Yeah, he's slipping off the platform. I don't think attempting anything after this would be reasonable.
Yeah, it looked like he was in quite a bit of pain there.
Next out, Oliavi from Israel, 245 kilos.
Beautiful opener.
3 white lights, 4 next opener. It's a good lift.
Little zesty move after he puts down his deadlift. And we had a Belgian battle in the bench press event. Looks like we're gonna have the same thing in the deadlift event. Gerd Cohen and Dan Clotaire did again going toe to toe, 245 and 250.
Great lift there. 3 white lights.
Next lifter also front ladder down the neck here with a 250 kilo opening attempt. The bar.
So now the immediate answer from his compatriot Dan Clotaire de Decken, 250 kilos.
Very smooth first attempt.
Good lift.
Yes, indeed. 3 white lights.
Next
He's looking a bit better than he did in the squat and the deadlift event.
Yeah, he seemed in pretty high spirits when I've seen him in the corridor.
More time to refuel, I guess. Now Saxoli Skibbe from Denmark, opening with 250 kilos. He's looking at the podium in the class. Forecasted in third, toe-to-toe with Rodenko from Ukraine, forecasted in fourth.
Really smooth opening attempt. 3 white lights, good lift. Will we see some more big jumps from him?
Most likely. He's opening in the middle of the back, but he somehow always ends up at the end when the third attempt rolls around. And we were just talking about him, Denis Rodenko from Ukraine, opening with 250.
So opening 10 kilos less than his deadlift PB here.
Maybe less wiggle room, that's Kibu, we'll see.
Nice easy lockout. 3 white lights, good lift. You see him pushing that PB a little bit today.
Yeah, and more importantly with that, he secures his European sub-junior record of 312.5 that he did in the squat just 2 hours ago. Bars loaded for Guilherme Silva, Portugal, 255.
Nice opening attempts. 3 white lights, good lift.
Czechia, 257.5 kilos for his opening deadlift. The bar is loaded.
Now Yuri Bednar from Czechia, 257.5. He squatted 255 and bench 147.5.
Yeah, definitely had more in his bench there, but just a few technical errors.
Yeah, missing the commands, that is costly.
But a lovely smooth opener. And he gets it on the board.
He's gonna need to improve by 40 kilos to reach the 700. That might be a big ask.
Yeah, that is quite a big ask, but you never know with the deadlift.
260 kilos for Marcus Yavsu from Estonia. Squatted 257.5, bench 150. And we figured out what the yellows were for. It were for extending the elbows while presenting the bar. That's why the chief ref during the bench press pressed the yellows. We had to let you know. It was a mystery.
2 to 1, good lift. Red from the center there.
Maybe for soft shoulders. Difficult to judge from the front. Can't understand the reds. From the side, it does seem safe.
Yeah, jury seem to agree.
Cristo Manellari GB 267.5, squatted 262.5, bench 162.5. Just knocking on the door, just shy of the 700 kilo mark. This pull will give him 692.5.
Really smooth. What you like to see from an opener.
As it stands in terms of best lifter, it's still the 83 from yesterday, Henry Godard, in the lead with 106 GL points, but one of our 93s, Sender Hagraf, snuck into second position. We'll see if one of the 105 can make a run for best lifter. And now Lassi Mantiniemi stepping up to the platform at 267.5, his opener. Once again, he's opening 20 kilos above his registered PB. The same game plan every time. Yeah, I'm gonna open 20 kilos above everything I've done before.
Must be nice.
Must be nice.
And he secured that big PB there.
Well, yeah, that's more than a 60 kg improvement on his total.
That is huge.
But it did look more like a second to me.
Yeah, there was a little bit of resistance there.
I mean, I have to say something on the guy. He keeps on collecting PRs. Now, Simon Gruszka, Poland, 270 kilos.
Wow. And that was fast.
Oh yeah, he's making a strong case for himself for a top 5 finish in the class as a 17-year-old.
Still got so much time in the age class.
Next out, Erik Tryggvason from Sweden, 295. Squad at 260, collecting the gold in the bench press event with 182.5. He's opening 15 kilos below his personal best to try and secure 4th and then make a push for the podium. Big brace. Controlled hip shoot and a pretty light opener for him. 3 white lights.
Yeah, that looked very comfortable.
And he's brought to the platform by a man who won Worlds as an open when he was a junior because of his deadlift. So he's in good company here to try and make a push for the podium.
The bar is loaded.
305 for Dennis Asik-Gorin, the final opener. Of course, that's provisional deadlift gold.
Makes it move like air.
Yeah, that's 3 white lights, and with that is on top of the class. Not yet uncatchable, but even if any lifter from this group scores their second attempt, he'll still be on top without another attempt. So he's in a good position to win today.
Especially considering the start he had to the day.
Oh yeah, when you start by dropping the bar in the squat, it takes a toll on your mentals, but didn't seem to affect him that much.
No, recovered very well.
He did. The second round is gonna start with 255 for Ori Ave from Israel. Jump of 10.
Giving the floor a little bit of a beating there.
Set up to impress. And
He
it works.
locks it out. Lovely. 3 white lights. Good lift.
difficult to gauge how much is left on that deadlift.
Yeah, it was like very consistent on the way up. Not particularly fast, but he holds his position very well.
And the sumo is difficult to grind.
Yes, you don't see many people grinding out a sumo.
Now Denis Rodenko from Ukraine. 260 at 10 kg jump for provisional third position in the class. Doesn't have a strong deadlift in his arsenal yet, but fresh off a new European record at 312.5. He's making a strong case for the podium. 3 white lights.
Yeah, this puts him in a really good position.
Next up, down Lotta Dedeker. Brings the bar with 267.5 kilos. Give it a brush. And it's ready to go.
Quick brush at the bar for Dan Clotaire de Decken from Belgium. 267.5. It's a 17.5 kilo jump. Looks like he's regained a bit of form. Just because this is a personal best attempt.
Yeah, he's definitely looking better going into this.
Bit of a wobble at the top. How is this one going to be judged? Double blues.
And the jury's just reviewing the replay.
Your shoulders are allowed to sit down in the movement, but that's a bit of a wobble at the top. And the coach is sent away. No lifts, struggling to understand what happened at the top there.
Yeah, it looked like as he settled, he kind of lost his balance a little bit.
270 kilos for Gert Cohen of Belgium. Yep, that's a big jump, 22.5, if my math is correct. Yes. Getting a bit tired here, I need to double check. Personal best of 4.5.
Well, that was one of the easiest PBs I've seen.
Yep, 3 white lights, just grabbed it like nothing. Next up, Yuri Bednarz from Czechia, 272.5, a jump of 15.
And he makes it move.
How about the lockout on this one? 2-1, a good lift. I knew it was going to look awkward from the front.
Yeah, I kind of expected something to that lockout.
But the thing is, he has huge shoulders, and we've seen that with lifters that are massive shoulders, lifting conventionals, just like maybe Regan Stargakis. They look a bit poor from the front.
Yeah, from the side there, it looked pretty good.
Now 275, a jump of 20 for Guillaume Silva from Portugal.
Yeah, it takes him from 11th to 3rd provisionally in the deadlift.
That's what 20 kilos does to your deadlift. That was,
Just get caught
yeah.
with that knees there.
Is that a technical issue or too big of a jump?
I think I'm going to lean towards too big of a jump. Getting caught like that, and he didn't exactly lose position much. Like, just looks a little bit too heavy.
Yeah, it does. You have to roll the bar a bit at the bottom, so maybe not the best starting position, but still, it did look pretty heavy.
But we have seen lifters come back from it.
Even bigger of a jump, 25 for Saxolis Kibe, as expected. From 4th to 2nd in the class, 12th to 3rd in the deadlift event.
And he makes it move really well.
He's an athlete full of surprises, 2 to 1, a good lift. This is the angle from which he receives a red for lack of lockout. What do you think of it?
Let's have a look. I think he could have probably got his hips through a little bit there, but he did look upright.
Yep, no jury overrule. The lift stand, we move on to 280 from Marcus Ayafsu from Estonia. From 9th to 3rd in the deadlift event.
Gets past that sticking point, locks it out.
Was that down up?
Let's see what the
Yes, it was.
2 red lights with blue cards. No lift. Next,
Quick replay of that, just above the knees. I bet it down up.
Oh, just, yeah, very slightly. Whole bar travels down just a little bit.
That's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it was so subtle as well.
Another jump of 20. This one's for Christo Manelari from GB 287.5. That's a personal best of 2.5. Also shooting for a deadlift medal, provisional bronze.
Yeah, he's been looking really strong today. And he gets it.
That's one scrappy second attempt, but still 3 white lights.
Yeah, I wouldn't add too much to that, but he locks it in.
And maybe just one he needs to try and grab a bronze medal in a deadlift, depending on what the other do.
the bar is loaded.
Next out, Simon Kushka, Poland, 290 to try and retake both 3rd position, deadlift in total.
Just as smooth as his opener.
3 white lights.
It's a good lift.
Some more baby powder on the thighs and he can squeeze it another 7.5 maybe.
Yeah. Very technically sound lift as well.
Kilos. Taking quite a jump here as well.
Another sizable jump. What are these sub-juniors eating? From 267.5 to 292.5 to go from 8th to 3rd in the deadlift event. We did say that his opener was not the most convincing out of the ones he's had before, but what do we know? He's jumping to 292.5. Maybe it was just too light.
Maybe it was. Breaks it from the floor, but yeah, just a bit too heavy there. Did say it was a bit of a big jump, but
Yep. I mean, it was a big jump, and after seeing that, I'm not expecting him to manage something in the 3rd round. Surely he's gonna reattempt it. Maybe choose another playlist, get some more hype going, adrenaline going, but I don't know if he can manage it, like realistically speaking.
yeah, I definitely stick with the same number there. And as you said, just try and get yourself back into that mindset, get that confidence going.
2 more attempts in the second round. Next up, we have Erik Tryggvason from Sweden, 3:15. And with that 20 kilo jump, he's making a strong push for the podium from 4th to 2nd in the class.
And it's a strong pull as well.
And he has more too if he needs to.
That can be dangerous.
If I'm Dennis Isigoren from Turkey, I don't want to slip. I don't want to miss that one. Otherwise, Tryggvason only needs to add 5 kilos to his deadlift. 322.5 to try and extend goal position in the deadlift and in total. Calm, cool, collected, poised before deadlifts.
Wow.
That was phenomenal.
That was really, really beautiful deadlift.
I think that seals the deal for the win in the class.
I think so too. Like,
So now can he make a push for Demir Hamza's record? The Austrian has the world sub-junior record at 330.5. Seems within reason. It was established in Cluj-Napoca, Romania in 2023. Could 2025 be the year it is broken?
I think they'll have a crack at it. They've already got it on the board already for the Swedish lifter there.
Look at the deadlift standing. Provisional bronze medals, Sim Grushka with 290. Provisional silver with 315, Erik Tryggvason. Provisional gold, Goran with 322.5.
And we've got 2 lifters putting 331 kilos as well for their 3rd attempt.
Time for some third deadlift. Sofia, first one out. Oriave from Israel at 262.5.
Unfortunately not. Really takes it out of him as well.
It happens at the end of the day. You run out of steam. You try and create as much pressure in your abdominals as you can. It comes up to your head and you faint. But great reaction time from our spotters and the Israeli coaching staff.
Yeah, just taking off his belt for him just to relieve some of that pressure.
The lifter is on his feet. He's all smiles, all good.
Yeah, he's okay. That's good to see.
Would you say powerlifting is an extreme sport?
That's a good question.
It is up for a debate, I think.
I think you can definitely get some pretty gnarly injuries from the sport. I've seen some pretty gruesome ones.
That is true. And I think it's more so that the mindset of the lifters is extreme.
Yes.
To
Yeah.
go to confront yourself 9 times on the platform in front of people you don't know with mammoth amount of weight on your back, in your hands, or on the ground. That's the extreme aspect of the sport, I guess.
Yeah, I think if we put it in a ranking, it's pretty high up there.
Now on to Denis Rodenko from Ukraine at 270 kilos after opening on 250. A quick recap of his day: 312.5, new European record in the squat, 162.5 in the bench, not too shabby. That would give him 745 in total and provisional 4th position in the class.
He's making it go. And he locks it out and smiles at the top of the lift. 3 white lights and a 10 kilo PB, finishing on 270 kilo deadlift.
Great day, very solid performance for him, just shy out of the podium. Next up, Dan Clotaire de Decken from Belgium. He couldn't understand the down up on his last deadlift. He decided to add 5 more kilos to maybe keep him grounded.
Let's go.
Sometimes that's all you need, more weight on the bar. 670 is at stakes. 9th position in the class.
Makes it move, but can he lock it out? Unfortunately not.
No lift, unfortunately.
He's had a
Comes-
difficult day.
Yeah, comes away with his opening deadlift.
I think he managed 5 attempts on the day. Was affected by the weight cut. That's a lesson learned for the future.
Yeah, it does happen, unfortunately.
The previous attempt at 275.
It's gonna make for a great comeback story next year.
Yeah, get that redemption.
275 for Guilherme Silva, Portugal. He missed it because it looked like too big of a jump in the second round. But also, it's a small technical issue at the bottom. The ball rolled a bit, it got out of position.
Let's see if he can maybe adjust it to lock this one out.
Yeah, better starting position, but strength is just not there on the day. No lift, 1 for 3 in the deadlift event.
Next lifter is from Czechia. It is
The thing is, when you end on a poor deadlift session, you feel like you have a bad day, but you really didn't. He had a great squat, great bench. It's just difficult. It leaves a sour taste in your mouth, but it's just a deadlift. You need to see the bigger picture.
It's hard to end on a low point, but actually when you reflect back on it, had a pretty decent day, especially on this kind of platform.
Now 277.5 for Rinje Bednarz from Czechia. Opened on 257.5. Looking to end 20 kilos above that.
And he just drops it at the top. So unfortunate when you get it all the way to the top and just let it slip out of your hands.
Yeah, the lockout was difficult. Shoulders were a bit forward and the grip just gave up on the bar. So far only 1 successful attempt in the 3rd round.
We have an attempt change. Let's wait.
It looks like we have attempt changes coming in. Lifters pulling for positions. And this one for provisional 5th position in the deadlift event. Trying to extend 7th in the class. It's Gerd Konen from Belgium, 280.
This will be a 10 kilo PB.
Is he ready to come out? Maybe he was not the one to change his attempts.
For Belgium.
You see the Estonian ready. The Belgian is not here yet. Okay, some friendly pats in the back and now he's coming up to the platform.
Still got time on the clock as well. And he locks it out. 3 white lights, great lift.
That was smooth for a personal best on the platform.
Now, Marcus Jansson, Estonia. Also a 280 on the bar.
Next up, Marcus Jansvoor, Estonia, 280. He missed it in the 2nd round. He's retaking it for his 7.5 kg personal best in the deadlift event.
Bar is loaded.
Provisional 7th position in the class.
Let's get it loaded.
His last one was refused for downwards movement just above the knees. It was slight, but it was there.
Yeah, let's see if he can keep it a little bit more controlled on the way up on this one. And gets it Just the knees, no downward movement so far, and he locks it out.
Yeah, I don't think the bar dipped. I don't
No.
see any supporting on the thighs.
Great, 3 white lights. What a comeback from that.
I thought for a second we're going to see another lift feint, but great catch by the coach this time. And great final pull.
I think we need to get a little mattress behind the platform.
We do. Next up, Christo Mandelari, Great Britain, 292.5. After opening on 267.5, that's a pretty big improvement. He's pulling for provisional deadlift bronze.
Unfortunately not today, but had such a great day.
Yeah, a bit of frustration. I can understand when you are pulling for a medal and you feel like it is so close, but you just don't have the energy at the end of the competition. It was a pretty long day for them, 3 hours and a half.
Yeah, it can definitely take its toll.
Next up, Lassi Manteniemi from Finland at 292. He's also pulling for deadlift bronze.
This also moves him from 10th place to 7th so far.
But it looked like a miss on strength in the second round.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how this one moves.
Can he make some finish magic happen? Yeah, this one is glued to the ground, no lift. And head up champion because you've had multiple personal bests, plus 30 in the squat, plus 20 in the bench, plus 20 in the deadlift. You had a great day. Just once again, it's the final deadlift you're gonna miss when you're pulling for position. It happens. Don't
Yeah.
be disappointed with yourself.
Especially with how many PBs he's collected along the way.
When you play to win, when you play for position, you accept the possibility of losing. It's part of the game.
It'll be easy to go for a lower number, but you've got to take that risk sometimes.
No risk, no rewards, I guess. Saxo Skibber from Denmark is trying to pull 297.5. I don't think he's looking at that provisional bronze in the deadlift. I think what he's looking at is to go from 3rd to 2nd in the class to try and surpass Tryggvason. And Tryggvason himself is going, maybe he's going to look at Goran. We'll see what happens in the future. But he's going to force Tryggvason to adapt, that is for sure. For 3rd in the deadlift, 2nd in the class, Saxo Lee.
Can he do it? Unfortunately not, but he's had such a great day.
Provisional 3rd position in the class for him, but not safe yet. Would you believe that? Our 17-year-old from Poland, Simon Gruszka, is going to attempt to surpass the Danish. Wow. I didn't see that one coming. I told you he was going to be a star. Next year, he's not worried about next year, he's worried about this year. Looking to pull from 5th to 3rd with 300 kilos. Bars loaded for Simon Gruszka. Oh, that's a different beast right there on the platform.
Oh, yeah. We're seeing that height.
Come on, youngster. For a guaranteed podium in the 105s.
Just loses it on grip there.
So close, so close. So he'll stay in 5th position. Guaranteed podium for Skibber from Denmark.
There's so much potential there.
And the 2 final pulls of today, Sophia, both world record attempts. Unless we see an attempt change come in, I think we're seeing one. For who is it?
Oh,
It's
there
a
we
drop
go.
down for
Yep.
Goran Deniz Izik from Turkey. Oh, he's dropping down to the world record. Oh, too bad.
Too bad. What?
It's gonna come down to lot number and who hit, who missed for the new world record. I told you it was established in 2023. We felt like it could be threatened. Eric Tryggvason from Sweden is the first one to have a go at it. 331 kgs. Unfathomable amount of weight for a sub-junior. 18 years old.
Only 2 years of competing as well.
At
to
that
attempt
age.
this kind of weight.
331 would have been my total at that age. It's his final deadlift for a world record attempt. Mr. Erik Tryggvason.
The atmosphere in here is incredible as well.
I love the fact that regardless of nation, everyone in the crowd is standing up, cheering on the lifter.
Everyone wants to see this.
That's the spirit
Let's
of the
go.
sport. Point world record. Lock it
He
out.
lock it! He locks it out. Let's
Wait
see
for the
those
light.
lights. 3 white lights. New world record for now.
Yep, for how long is this one going to stand? Is it gonna be a minute or a championship? I don't know. Dennis Isagorin from Turkey will get the final say. Regardless of what happens with that pool,
That was an
Goran
incredible.
is the champion of the 105s. He's standing strong with 780. This one will give him 789, but more importantly, the world record deadlift of 331.5. And that 0.5 can make the difference at that point.
It really can with those kind of weights.
And would you look at the crowd? They're going insane for their Turkish friend Dennis Isagorin. His day started real slowly by dropping the bar, then he managed 277.5, 180. I was not ready for him to end up on 331.5 at the deadlift, but it's happening. The bar is loaded. World record attempt for the European champion Dennis Isagorin.
Let's see it now. Just
Is
asking
the
for
world
time.
record Turkish or Swedish? I don't know.
Oh my god. And he locks it out.
I think it's very much Turkish, Sophia. 3 white lights, new world record for the champion of the class. 789, world record, multiple golds. He's a true champion.
Wow. Pretty speechless.
What a session that was. The 93s were amazing. The 105s were amazing.
What a way to finish off the day.
Look at the deadlift standings. Bronze with 290, the Polish Szymon Gruszka. Second for a world record that stood for a minute, Erik Tryggvason from Sweden. And finally, with the new world record, 331.5, Dennis Isagorin from Turkey. The final standings in the class. Third, Mr. Skibber from Denmark with 750. Second from Sweden, Tryggvason with 773.5. And with the new world record and a total of 789, it's Goran from Turkey that is going to be crowned champion. The medal ceremony in just a few minutes. And for one last time, I want to thank you for your time, Sophia, here at the commentary booth. Hopefully you enjoyed yourself.
Oh, I've loved it. Hopefully I'll be back as well.
Hopefully in the future you'll be back with us. So medal ceremony in just a few minutes. And tomorrow we have quite a long day, 3 flights. We start at 10 and we'll finish at around 9. Be back with us for some great powerlifting action. See you tomorrow.
congratulations and well done. For the bench press medals, bronze goes to Dorian Utak, Croatia, 177.5 kilos. Bench press silver, Jaden Woodrow, Great Britain, 180 kilos. And the bench press gold goes to Ilian Slotnikov, Israel. 182.5. Well done, guys. Thank you so much. As for the deadlift medals, deadlift bronze goes to Jose Luis Riego Tristay of Spain. 297.5 kilos deadlifted today. And deadlift silver, Victor Banuta, Romania, 305 kilos. And deadlift gold goes to Sander Holgraf, Norway, 310 kilos. Well done, guys. Thank you so much. Now for the total podium. Our bronze medalist in the 93s, Dorian Butak, Croatia, with a total of 735 kilos. Silver medalist, Ilian Slotnikov from Israel, 205 kilos. And our gold medalist and European champion in the sub-junior 93s is Sander Higraf, Norway, 775 kilos. Please all stand up for the national anthem of Norway. Hold for a nice picture before you step back to the rest of the guys and follow the technical controller of the platform. Well done, everybody. Give them a big round of applause. For your participation in the European Championship in physically carrying in the 2025 Marina World Civilian somewhere here, maybe somewhere else. Well done, guys. very much for the medals. Now we're moving on to the individual lifts. In squat bronze, Simon Gruszka from Poland. 292 kilos today. Squat silver medalist, Saxo Lee Skivi. And the squat gold goes to Dennis Rodeko, Ukraine, who achieved 325 kilos. Thank you very much, guys. Well done. Now for the bench press medals. Bench press bronze goes to Saxo Lee Skivi, Denmark, 175 kilos. And bench press silver goes to Denise Isik Koren from Turkey, 180 kilos. And bench press gold goes to Erik Tryggvason from Sweden. 185 kilos. Well done, guys. Thank you so much. Moving on to the deadlift medals. Deadlift bronze goes to Szymon Gruszka, Poland, 290 kilos. Deadlift silver goes to Erik Tryggvason, Sweden, 335 kilos. And deadlift gold with only half a kilo more. Dennis Isik Koren from Turkey, 335 kilos. Well done, guys. Thank you so much. We will move on to the total podium. Our bronze medalist today in the 105s, Saxo Lee Skivi, Denmark, 750 kilos. Silver medalist, Erik Tryggvason from Sweden, 735 kilos. And our gold medalist in the 105s in the European Championship champion is Dennis Isik Koren from Turkey.